We'll do is what we always do, right? We'll start on the monthly chart. Last week we got the start of a new monthly bar. We can see we continued that one time framing higher. So it's going to be the fourth month in a row now. This being right with the current month, with the previous month's low still being that 40.62 quarter. So that would be a key change on a larger scale, more into bias. That we would be kind of keying in on if there was a retracement or a push down in price. That's the key level that you'd be looking for to break in order to see that there is a larger change or a change on a larger picture or a bigger scale. However you want to describe it, but that's going to be the key level that you're watching. So far, really no change. We could see we did get an increase in volume last month. Not a huge increase like we did here from this low, but you did get an increase compared to the previous month. Switching over to the weekly, you can see the weekly still one time framing higher, right? We're kind of considering this about the same. The low was 14, low here was 20. So, I mean, you get a 6 point difference, but I mean, it's relatively on a weekly basis, right? The definition of a poor low or a weak low is going to be a little bit larger, I say, and that's just me personally, right? You can go by the book on a weekly scale if it's 2 ticks or less. If that's what you want to do, then by all means. But for me, I'm going to call it one time framing higher for one, two, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks in a row. And as we get ready to start this week, the key level on a weekly basis will be the 41.74. Right. And so we've seen a couple of levels. We've seen that 41.37 and then that 42.01 be kind of key levels where the market has firmed up and traded higher or been kind of attracted to. So if we do get a pullback, that's really the first level I'm going to be looking for, that 42.01. We'll kind of just have to wait and see. On the daily, you can see we gapped up on Friday, never closed that gap, so we do have a small gap, and we are one time framing up for the third day in a row here. So that'll be something that we want to pay attention to. Friday's low, which was 42.49 quarter. Not really much to note here. We are breaking up to a more longer term resistance. We've seen this resistance here around this 43.03 to about 43.25. So, and then we start getting into kind of these single prints here. This high here was the 43.27 half, and then single prints on a daily basis. Basically, kind of extend like this, and that's kind of how I'm viewing it. So as we get up into that level, if the market is able to get up into that level, that's kind of where I expect there to be some supply. So above that 27, that's where I'm kind of expecting to see some supply if we're going to get any. If the market does just trade through that, we can kind of assume on a longer picture that possibly that business has been completed, and we'll be paying attention to that and really looking for it to turn into support if the market is going to continue its move to the upside. Switching over here to the profiles, do a little bit of a review from Friday. On Friday, we had a nice move up right on the open. Then they tried to give a little fake out. They were unable to close the gap. A lot of shorts got stuck at the lows. We rallied up to the highs, right? Squeezed out some more shorts. And then kind of just traded sideways. So it looked like short covering pretty much for the rest of the day with a very kind of weird shaped profile with excess on the high. Something key to note here too. Get this P shape here with excess, but this P shape really is kind of extending into the overnight session. And we could even kind of smash these together so you can really picture it, or so you really don't have to picture it. And you kind of see what I'm talking about here. So it kind of just continued along those same lines. And so the first key today that we're going to want to see if the market is going to be able to continue to the upside is going to be a break really above this 95 level and look to test that 4,300. And I know that's really not a big range, but the Globex session really didn't trade in a huge range, so we can't be expecting too much craziness. Because we can't really assume that too many people are trapped short on or trapped on either side, with the market really just kind of looks like taking care of old business for most of the overnight session. So that'll be kind of the first thing we're looking to see. And this will be pretty much the flip zone here. If the market is able to break above this zone, this 95 to 03 or to 4,300, then we probably get a move up towards those 20s, 25 level. But this could also act as resistance. So I just want to say, make sure that we're exercising a little bit of caution going into today, because this area is definitely an area where we have excess and we could see a strong reaction that takes the market back down to this lower end of this upper distribution, back towards these single prints near the 80 to 73, basically where half back was at. So that's kind of going to be what I'm really looking for today, is as we're opening up close to this high, are we going to get acceptance above and trade higher, or will we see some selling come in and then we will be targeting those single prints down below? Now, if we get through the single prints and start to trade low and get accepted under this 68 level, we'll be targeting that Friday's open, which is that 54, and we have some trap shorts underneath of that 54 that will be looking probably to short cover. And then of course we still have this gap that I've marked down here in orange from Friday's session that wasn't able to close, and we can imagine there's probably a decent long pullback in there somewhere, targeting back into these 65s, and then the high end of this lower distribution here, 72s, 73 half back of Friday. Let's go ahead and find the settle from Friday, which was 88. Last trade 88.75, so we're not too concerned about it. And then let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and take a peek at some economic data that's coming out today. We've got the S&P Global Composite PMI coming out in 26 minutes. That's going to be 9:45. And then we've got the services PMI, same thing. And then we've got the ISM non-manufacturing PMI coming out top of the hour, 10 o'clock Eastern time. Other than that, for the rest of the day, there's not really a lot of economic data. We get into the rest of the week here. Tuesday, we can see there's really not much. We've got some long-term energy outlooks, but really no economic data on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, we've got, really no economic data. You got some imports, exports, which will be a little bit important, right? We want to compare them to the previous. Then we've got some oil imports, not really anything too crazy. Then Thursday, as you can see as well, just initial jobless claims. Other than that, nothing really. We get the Fed's balance sheet after the market closes, so that's not really going to affect our trading session. And then Friday, and this is pretty much what the tone of the week is really nothing, right? So pretty much today's PMI is most likely going to set the tone for the week, and so it's going to be a very important data point. We'll pay attention to the impulse from the area, right? Always we want to mark that down, make sure we're paying attention to it, and then we will kind of go from there. The next thing really is we want to take a peek at these. Steve, morning. The COT reports, right? And we can see as of the 30th of last month, we can see that move up, and we'll look here. The 30th was this day here. Where's the 30th? Yeah, right here. So not necessarily at the high, but you can see basically like kind of right at this level, we have bigger money taking off some long positions. So they were kind of selling into strength. They were also cutting some of their shorts. And then you saw leveraged funds, right, adding to their longs and adding to their shorts, kind of, more or less confused. Still big short position, almost 80%. Asset managers still very long here as well. We'll go ahead and take a peek real quick at the NASDAQ because we've got some time. We'll take a peek at the Dow since it's first. Here we can see on the Dow, right, you get some adding to the long, small size added to the long, big size comparatively cut off to the short. Leverage funds, right, basically cut some of their longs to add to their shorts. The Dow had been lagging recently, and now shorts are, even getting a little bit more short. Comparatively, they're about 60% short to about 64% long. So go ahead and toss off these dealer non-reportables and other reportables. You could see asset managers, right, still long, not anything crazy long like what they were like back in 2021, but they are still staying long and increasing, while leveraged money is starting to get shorter and shorter. The Dow, right, they're short like they were back in 2020. You can see how short they are. Watch this line that comes across here, right? You can see how short they are. And all through 2020, we saw how well shorting the Dow worked, right? And that's a joke because it did not work well. But yet, people don't fucking learn. So, switching over here to the NASDAQ mini, we can see we've got some asset managers actually adding into the long, and you see leveraged funds add to their long, but also basically double the size for their short. And same asset managers basically cut some size from the short and added it to their long. You got 62% short leveraged, 76% long unleveraged or institutional money. And we can see here, once again, asset managers still staying pretty long. Even if we zoom out here, they're starting to get long, even higher than they were during the 2020 pullback. We could even pull it back a little bit farther, and you're starting to get close to that like 2016, 2015 levels, while leveraged money continues to get short, not quite as short as they were during COVID. But you see a couple dips down below there, they get a little bit too short, and then you get that reversion to mean low. So with the market really trading, overnight inventory for the most part pretty much balanced, we can pretty much use this overnight session distribution as our levels today, right? Especially opening up inside yesterday's range or Friday's range is going to be most likely fairly choppy to start the session. I'll be looking, right, like I said, for that pump up to kind of confirm if we're going to be able to trade higher, right? We traded 97.75, so close to that 4,300. It makes sense that they want to at least test it and see if there's a seller above here. But like I said, you're looking for the market to confirm this level here. So you don't really want to get too overall bullish until we really kind of get above this level, pull back into it, and hold it as support. That is going to be that confirmation for me that I'll be looking for in order to trade up to those 20s. Now, we could just trade straight up there. Who knows? Uh, it's definitely possible. But if we trade above, come back in, and we don't hold it as support, and we start to get acceptance back into this overnight distribution, or it's basically the same as Friday's distribution, we'll be looking really to target these single prints down here at the low. So if you do end up getting long up here on this pullback and it doesn't start to work, don't be afraid. This would be kind of your opportunity here to reverse that position and be looking for a decent 20-point move back down into these 75s, 78, 75 single prints down here below. With overnight inventory balance, we're trading a little bit above the settle, so maybe we get a semi positive tick. But the breadth should probably be fairly even. Change this so they're not off the screen so much. There we go. Breadth probably be pretty even. Weighted AD would probably be pretty even. We take a little peek around the block. Apple's trading at all-time highs. 182.94, 182.94 is the high all-time. 182.93 is the Globex session high, or the pre-market session high, if you call it that. Nvidia trading below Friday's session. Microsoft trading inside Friday's session. We'll be paying attention for that. We did get a big increase. How much time do we have? We got 3 minutes. We did get a big increase in tech here. Tech jumped up from 25 to 27 this past month, and you can kind of see, I guess, if we just go back to the main website, you can kind of see the growth of all of the sectors here. But tech, XLK, tech, well, this is just for the today. So you can't put it on the month, huh? That's stupid. Yeah, anyway, so I mean, you can see here some of these sectors gone down a little bit, but tech compared to last month, if you track these, you just kind of have to do it by hand, but jumping from 25 on May 1st to about 27.88 on June 1st, and actually healthcare losing some ground down to about 13 from 14. Financials also losing some ground down to 12.5 from 13 something. And consumer discretionary also losing some ground here, was up about 11.5, down about 10.6. We've got about 2 minutes until the market opens. Now's the time to finalize those plans and get ready to manage some risk. I'll be right back. About 10 seconds. Oh, there's the open. You can see I changed the DOM a little bit just to give you guys a little bit more visual, try to make it a little bit more helpful as far as tracking the inventory on the DOMs. So the big numbers, right? Just added the volume bars behind them. It's a fairly simple task. So I can assist you if you want to add it to your DOM. It's pretty easy to do. Tight range to start the session here. Get some supply that comes in here around that 93 quarter. You're getting a little bit more supply here, 92.75, around just 93, 94, we'll call it. So you're seeing some decent volume coming up above here. Damn, no fill. I was trying to get filled, but didn't get in. So you see the tick actually opened up negative even though we were higher. It's trying to trade up here. See the ADs are negative, but the breadth is, basically neutral, and we've got kind of a mixed review here on the sector boxes with financials kind of holding the market back here a little bit. So we definitely want to be paying it. Oh, go ahead.
Got inputs. One bot just got inputs. The second one's likely going to get inputs as well. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. Seeing a big offer step in here at the 95, so let's see if there's buyers on the back side of that, or if they try to bid through this. Failure to bid through this would mean that there is that seller trying to move down from the 4,300, but it looks like they're trying to take it up here.
Second bot is in a put as well. Both bots are inputs.
The Dow actually traded below the Globex low, but the Nasdaq is above. Same with the ES here. Hello?
NVIDIA is pushing through its POC from Friday to the upside. IT sector is holding pretty steady. NASDAQ came down and dropped a little bit off its high, but it's not far. It's definitely not showing signs of weakness. IT sector is looking pretty strong. Yeah, the bots are inputs. Both bots are inputs, which means that both of them got indications for the downside. I wouldn't say that I'm 100% convinced, though, that it will stay that way. I've seen some weakness to the downside, but I don't know if I would call it a wave off from the downside yet. Of course, we're in that first half hour, which is always a gamble. NASDAQ made a new high.
My mic was muted. My bad.
Oh, I was wondering.
Yeah, I was like talking, and you were talking at the same time. I'm like, what's he doing? And then I like looked up and I saw the blinking light. I'm like, oh shit. Oh, so what I was saying is what we know here is that offer came in at 93 initially. And so if they can't get an offer below 93, then we can keep this continuation to the upside. Apple's at an all-time high. Microsoft's breaking the high. Nvidia's almost trading back up to its value area high from Friday.
Yep, it's close.
Remember also for the bots, like Nvidia and AMD have a mind of their own. Like so on Friday, Nvidia actually traded down from 405 pre-market to the low of 390. So it traded down about $15 while the rest of the market was trading up, right? So it can trade inversely to the market because they're more of a global product. The chip makers are in an overall composite, but Nasdaq was weaker. Nasdaq's above Friday's high now and looking real strong though. Got some nice runners going. Where's my dad at?
He's driving. He's on his way.
Yeah, but is he actually driving? Or is he just...
No, well, he was, so he traded earlier, but I think he wasn't planning on trading while they were driving, while it was moving, just in case.
I sent my trades over. I did 2 trades this morning.
Yeah, I saw that. I just didn't know if you were in here hanging.
No, I'm in here listening. I'm gonna listen the whole way. I'm not driving today. I drove yesterday through the Tehachapi Pass.
Oh, nice.
That was a fun road.
How is it driving that fucking tank? That thing's nice.
It is a trick, bro.
Is it? I hate driving big vehicles, so I don't even like driving fucking like U-Haul trucks.
What are you driving?
40-foot motorhome.
He was driving to Texas, moving to Texas.
Yeah, I know what he's driving though. Is it a new motorhome or an old one?
No, it's an old one, well, older. It's
It's
not a
not that
bad
old.
one though.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
2005, fucking 18
Yeah.
years old.
How are the dogs doing?
They're all right. They're getting
Yeah.
along fine, which everyone was worried about, but they seem like they're doing good. Ah, just got out
So
of the shower, getting ready to. I didn't think I was going to be able to trade, but I got this hotspot Verizon, and I put it in. It was solid, wasn't breaking up, so I
nice.
did a trade. Yeah. Well, I'll be listening, guys.
All right. So we see another offer move in there, 99.75, the 4,300. So we can move up. You see, we get the offer from 93, then another offer 97 quarter, now another offer 90 or at the 00 basically. Just trailing this position up as we go up, and if we get like a flush, then we want to maybe abandon the position. But so far, nothing to frere, mon frere. So offer trying to come in here a little bit lower, that 99 quarter. And let me know what you guys think. Like, so we could keep these volume bars here on the DOM if you think they're helpful. If they're more distracting, just take them off. But I figured it'd be an easier way to track the inventory. A little bit easier than just staring at numbers, I guess. I'm not really the hugest fan of them because I think they're kind of distracting, but for newer people that have a tougher time, it might be a little bit easier. And it gives you kind of a comparison of where the big volume's at, right? You see big volume bar here, big volume bar down here, some more big volume down here, kind of showing, right? We've got a bunch of larger sell volume down here at the low. We're trading higher than that. We got trapped shorts down here, right? Little mechanical buying there off of Friday's high. You can see that 97.50 getting kind of bought up right there. NASDAQ trading right at Friday's high as well. The Dow definitely not looking as strong. You're seeing financials really get beat up here. And this is something that we've talked about, right? If the market is going to get this continuation to the upside, we're going to need to see some money start to roll into financials a little bit. So financials continues to look weak. That puts a little bit more pressure on the rest of the equities market. Not that it can't keep going higher like we've talked about, right? Yeah, Apple's at all-time highs. Microsoft's doing well. But you've got, Meta, Amazon, Google, Netflix, Tesla, right? All with room to the upside. So if people are sick of buying Apple at all-time highs, what looks juicy? Tesla, Meta. So, I don't think I don't necessarily think that shying away from tech is going to be something for sure. About 10 more minutes until the ISM services PMI come in. We didn't really see a huge reaction off of those factory orders or those final services PMI from the S&P. I took my trade off. So I'm flat right now, just in case anyone was wondering.
NVIDIA traded back through its POC, back through, and now it's down below VLOW from Friday. AMD's, I think, still in value range. Yeah, it's just barely below its POC from Friday.
See the energy sector getting beat up here a little bit, and that's typical because over the weekend, Saudi Arabia reconfirmed their conviction to continue to cut oil production.
IT sector's gone red. It came down. It actually was down from its point. I think it was 0.3 up. A little over 0.3, maybe even 0.4 up.
It was actually like 0.14 up. So we're looking at a flip here, and this looks like a pullback in preparation for this PMI number. So if I were you guys, I would just sit on my hands or just hang tight until this number comes out. We got about 9 minutes or 8 minutes now. So we'll get some more opportunity after that, I'm sure. Unless you shorted that 4,300 and then, obviously manage some risk, but you're looking pretty okay. Oh, I also added, I guess we can't see it. I don't know why. Oh yeah, so you can see this here. So you can see the red here, and we'll just zoom down, and then you see white. Let me zoom down even more, and you see the blue. So what I did was I marked the larger distributions, so we know when we get close to the edges, and this upper distribution, right, it's kind of not done being formed. And I'll detach this chart real quick so we can see it. And so you can kind of see the larger distributions here. I just kind of encase them in different colors as they come back down the DOM, red, white, and blue. Naturally, those are the three best colors. But just so we can kind of see when you get close to the edge of one of these distributions, right? We all know how the distribution acts. We probably see, low volume. Just look for that reactivity. Failure to find that reactivity and trade back to the point of control typically puts you down to lower distribution. Acceptance of the lower distribution takes you to high volume nodes. Failure to reject from high volume nodes takes you down to low volume nodes, right? So just to make it a little bit easier as far as the DOM goes, so you can kind of know where we're at. And then this delta profile is always on there, delta by price there. So if you like that, well, you're in luck because there it is.
AMD is down below its value area Friday. It's actually below its entire trading range. Just barely though.
So this is what we talked about. If they put a nice offer in here under the 93, that's where the original offer got stuck at early. If they continue to offer this here, they should break the low. So we want to continue to watch. You see a little bit of a bid step up, 91.75. But if they continue to offer this thing lower, they should be able to break the low here. They break it by one tick there, 490.75.
Getting a bit of a bounce out of AMD and NVIDIA. Looks like NASDAQ bounced off the VWAP. NASDAQ is pushing down back toward VWAP.
Yeah, there goes that low. So we see a nice offer come in there too. So let's see if they can get this continuation. Got about 3 minutes until the PMI.
NVIDIA is coming up on its open.
Oh yeah, that's true. The NASDAQ did, or the tick did just kind of hold steady and then all of a sudden just get tanked.
I think NASDAQ is just holding right, just barely above open. I'm sorry, NVIDIA.
Seeing healthcare trade much higher here. Right, kind of continues the way up. Up financials is still just smashing the low here.
Two sectors pushing lower. Or was. It's pretty, I mean, it's low. Lower than it was earlier.
We have yet to get a positive tick on this session here. One minute until news.
AMD is still holding solid at basically at its velo, showing weakness. NASDAQ is popping again off its VWAP.
And NASDAQ's pulling back into what was resistance on Friday, and it's looking like may act as support here, but all bets are off here. This news about to pop.
AMD is actually pushing down lower now. NVIDIA is still holding right above open. Just barely. NVIDIA push below it's open. I got a meeting. I'll be back.
All right. All right, B period opens up. We shoot up right from the open here. Back above that 95.50. That's a key level that we were looking for. Nice. That's the run we were looking for. Watch this 4,300. Just be cautious here. Oh, glorious move there. Beautiful. Stops up to 0175 here in case there's a rejection. Had to be quick for that one. All right, flat on the position there. Looking to maybe add another one here if we go to the one. Hold this bid. I'm not sure what the PMI numbers were, to be honest with you. I just look at impulse. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't show it on my chart. It just shows me that we have it. It's right where they got stuck last time, right here. Offer came in right there around like 98. Seller stuck again on the 97.75. They push through it. A little liquidation there. Bid's trying to step in. I want to see if I can do something real quick here. Just duplicate this chart. Drag it over here. See if I can mess with it a little bit. I can. Well, that's what we're gonna do here. Sorry guys, I'm not paying attention. Give me a second. Yeah, it's not really going to look as clear, so I just won't do it.
Were the PMI numbers good, bad, ugly?
I didn't look at them, to be honest. We just got the impulse off of the 92, so above, if the market stays above 92, that's bullish, really.
Okay. Oh, they were negative.
So we got a poor low coming in here. We got our sector boxes. Like, I mean, financials just really getting puking them hard here. Tech did a little check above, tech check below, holding. Apple's still making a high. Microsoft's moving higher.
Nasdaq's retracing a little.
I wonder if there's some news in financials. I don't see any. So really, the longer we spend down here, right below the open, especially we were talking 93 was kind of where that offer was at. The better the odds we start trading back down to this 82, 78 area, and then we got those single prints just below. Seeing a big seller come in there with a big buyer right on top of him at the 87.5.
Nasdaq is still holding above 14,600, but I don't think it looks extremely strong. So we'll just have to wait it out.
A decent reoffer there. Came in like 89.
Nasdaq broke below 14,600. Came popped back up above. And then slammed back down. See if it gets back above it.
Looks like you got some stuck longs now. Yep. And then some stuck shorts right there on that low.
Nasdaq's basically at VWAP. Oh, bounced. Right at 14,600 again.
Nice rebid from buyers, 87.5 here. Remember, this offer came in at 88. That's where these buyers are trying to take this thing above, is the 88. Another reoffer from 88. Watch this 88.5 here. Seeing that 88 come in, 400, 500 lots, 600 lots on the bid. It's down ticked a little bit. Upticks a full point there. That's a strong bid. I'm long 86.5 and 88.5. Added a second one on that. I'm looking to add another one if we pop the open. Well, actually, I'll probably add 3 if we pop the open and look to take them back up to 99. The offer just looked weak down there, right? You see a bunch of offers kind of stack on this low and get stuck. And they do the same thing right here on that 88. Nice strong bid, a big push up. And we're starting to see bids kind of start to try to probably front run the open. These offers trying to absorb here, but pretty decent. Maybe take one off here. Look to add it back if it comes back down to 88. What were you going to say?
AMD had a solid pop. It's back well into its value area from Friday. NVIDIA, and not so much, definitely a bounce, but not quite as high. AMD actually took a new high today, new daily high. Kind of a battle area.
Let's do this actually. Trade. Let's put price between these two. Might make it easier to distinguish here. From
Oh,
these
that
offers
does
and
make it
bids.
easier.
So you need to see bids above this 90.5 in order to get this upside, and then offers need to come in below this 87 again. You got a bunch of stuck shorts on the low here. Just a decent little inventory pop and flatten the whole position there. So a little +4 trade there. That's not bad. Looks like an offer is trying to hold it down here on the 90, but unable to really kind of shove it down at all. Seeing these offers try to move down, but a big bid just jumped up right through them there. So be careful here if you're short. Decent reoffer there on that 89.75 actually. What's up, Russ? Looks like a bid is trying to come in here, and it's like 89 to 90. They should be able to pop it here. If they can't pop it, then you probably trade back down to those 87s. But it looks like someone's really trying to work in a bid here. Their target would be, 94. There's some trap longs up 94. You see the big volume up here.
NVIDIA is coming back down to its open.
ES below overnight and daily levels? No, it's not. It's just in the overnight session. The VWAP's resistance now. Yeah, see, I mean, it looks kind of like they're holding it down below the open to buy. So if we see this point of control shift, we should trade back above the open. And we're getting pretty close to that here. So just be cautious. A little bit of buying still getting stuck there around that 89.90 level. That's where you're trying to get a strong bid, but it just seems like some absorption there. We got a decent sized seller stuck right there.
At the 87 quarter and 87 half, is that what you're talking about?
It looks like that seller got stuck at like 80. Well, no, like 88 88 3/4 actually.
Oh, okay.
Like to me.
NVIDIA keeps picking below its open.
They're
And
trying to
pops
get an
back
offer
up.
down here. 89 is trying to go offer. Yeah, they got 89 did go offer there. At 87. Offer still moving down here. Stuck shorts there again. The bids here are weak though. This kind of looks like short covering. Looks like those stuck shorts kind of get shaken out. See a decent offer come in there on the 88. They're trying to load this 88 level up. See that? 539. Cumulative volume delta picking up on the ES. Yeah, they just need a bid on 90. Bid of 90 should take the market to 94, to be honest. Making higher lows. We have this on 30 minutes. I was wondering why this thing's like not moving at all. There's the point of control shift that we were talking about. We're seeing the POC shift down here. We know that we just got some stuck shorts there at 88, right? We saw a lot of volume come in on that 88 and the market ticked up. 500 shorts came in and the market ticked up. 90 goes bid. This thing's going above the open. Key in on this 90. Look at 500 lots, 600 lots, 700, 800, 1,000, 1,200. They got it. Offers, so they were able to offer that 90 and get a point move down there. They're reoffering 89. $500 lots, 88 half go up tick. 600, 800. 800 lots get upticked by about 400 right there. You're back to the 89. And look at the bid-ask profile here. You can see, right, the discrepancy here. A lot of offers coming in around this area, trying to hold the market really below the open, below that point of control, the 90. That's what I'm saying. If a bid goes above 90, should easily trade back up above the open. I'm looking for 94 there. But for now, you want to be careful because you got stuck longs that tried to buy into that 90 and weren't able to get an uptick. Here they go. Let's see if they rebid it. Look for buyers to start stepping up right here. A little bit of short covering there. Now we want to see a bid. There's a bid right there on 91. Nice. About 700 lots right there.
One bot sold. The other three are still holding.
And Tesla's still in a tear.
Everything's going up. Yeah.
Except for Bitcoin, crypto.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, it's Bitcoin's up from its open. But yeah, down so far. Offer trying to come in this 91 quarter here. What's that, Kevin?
I'm just saying it really doesn't have an open, but I know what you're saying.
Well, I'm looking at the Bitcoin futures contract.
All right.
you know, the centralized, regulated version of Bitcoin. That's pegged to the dollar.
You know, they keep saying that XRP news is going to be coming out soon, so I think that's going to be huge. Or not.
And when
I
it
don't know.
does, be rich.
Man, I'm thinking it might be one of these things like GameStop or Nvidia, where just everybody just FOMOs the crap out of it, and it shoots the
Fingers
moon.
crossed.
Yeah. Man, that whole GameStop thing was just crazy. I don't know if you watched that documentary on Netflix about it.
Yeah, I watched it.
It's just crazy, and it was just so great that it was done by regular people using, their stimulus checks and whatever else.
It wasn't just done by regular people, though. We know that, right? Like,
But that's what got it started, though.
yeah. Well,
It-
and there was like a rich guy pretending to not be rich in Reddit manipulating.
Oh, was there?
Like,
I didn't see that.
well, they didn't talk about it in the documentary, but I mean, it's pretty. Like, I mean, like I guess we can't really say for sure, but like at least everything that because I really looked into how these squeezes happen, and like what I deducted was that somebody that has some cash was in these Reddit and like 4chan chats or chains, whatever the fuck they're called, and however received some information that a lot of people were shorting GameStop and a lot of leveraged money was big shorting GameStop because they were assuming that GameStop was going to go out of business because of COVID, and decided to take the other side. And when he got the support of basically every person that was home from COVID trying to get rich in the stock market, spending all, like you're saying, their stimulus checks and every penny that they could find on GameStop calls, they were able to get this huge squeeze on them. But then what happened was the bank started lending out shares that weren't real. So it just became even more of a mess. My bias on the ES? My bias on the ES is neutral right now. If we're able to kind of claim that 95 and start holding above that 95, then I really start to lean bullish. I'm in a long right now from 88.75. First target is 94. I don't know if we're gonna get up there though. But the longer, I mean, we're spending 3 TPOs back down in this Globex session now. So the longer we start to spend down here, we continue to spend down here, the odds start to increase that we test that low range, like 84 to 77, 83 to 77. But for right now, I'm still leaning to the upside. I'm still looking for this 94 to get tested to see if it reoffers. There we go. Give me that first take profit. Come on. There we go. So take profit 1 is off. Move your stop to break even. But you know, Russ, like I really don't try to get a bias on the day. Um, I really just try to trade the chart that's right in front of us, because what can happen is, like, let's say we do hold above that 95 level. There's opportunity up there. Obviously, there has been tons of opportunity every time we get above the 4,300 to get short, to trade it all the way back down to the low there. So, that's kind of the key thing. I'm looking for it to really hold that level, and it just hasn't done that yet. So that's why I'm saying, like, my bias mostly is still fairly neutral, and even kind of leaning on the downside, to be honest with you. um, the longer the time that we spend under 95, the more probability of downside I think there is. Yeah, I agree with that, Roach. I like that. Yeah, 90 was a big key level too, for sure. You're seeing them try to sell into it now. They reoffered that 94 level pretty well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they could puke them up below. I've got my stop at break even here, so I'm chilling for now. Nice little bid comes on the 90 quarter there. Yeah, it was pretty choppy on the way up, but like they really never retraced it, so I just kept holding it. I really try hard to not move my stop until my first take profit is hit. Um, Not always, right? Especially if we start to see something else come in, get out of a couple. But I really do try to hold steady until we get there. And we got what we were kind of looking for. Like, we were looking for that POC to shift down. They tried to go a little bit lower, weren't able to get it, so a little bit more conviction there. And I'm really only holding like a 3-point stop. Well, I'm break even now, but I was only holding like a 3-point stop, 3.5-point stop. Yeah, there is a big gap below. And we've seen this area, like if we switch over to the daily chart here, we've seen this area here act as resistance, like, pretty key area here that we're kind of approaching. And so, if we draw the box, it'll be a little bit easier here. You know, so we get this area here that we're coming into, and we've seen it act as resistance for, I mean, this is all the way back May 2022. So, or May, is this 2022? Yeah. May 2022. So, it makes sense that if it's going to have to break an area, maybe the market gives us a little bit of balance before it's able to bust through or before it gets a rejection, right? Because you figure you gathered a bunch of inventory here, you're able to move it higher. You either want to distribute, see if buyers are here. If buyers show up, then they move higher, distribute higher. If no buyers show up, then they return back down to where the demand was at.
Look like you guys all changed. Y'all changed it very much. Still, what are we at? 42.92.
Yeah,
Just
we're
above
just
the
basically
open.
right at the open. Yeah.
It broke it. It broke the 4,300.
Yeah, and it came back in.
Mr. Dalton was right.
Well, he called me and asked me first, so
Yeah,
I was right.
I'm sure that's where he got it.
I'm sure.
Hey, don't hate the messenger, okay?
I'm hating the messenger.
Dalton's actually
I
his
got
live class is going on in Houston this week.
Definitely something I'm going to look into.
Yeah, it'd be cool to network there, meet some people.
Yeah, Houston would be like driving to LA from the Bay Area.
It's only about, I think it's like 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cool thing about going to one of those live events, especially a Jim Dalton live event, because of how expensive his courses are, you're not really going to run into a lot of half-assers. You know what I mean? You're going to be running into people that are really looking to do this for a career, full-time people. Yeah, I'm still in my long. Yeah. The next target is going to be that 97.75. The previous day's high.
What'd you get long at, Brad?
88.75.
Nice.
Yeah. I've been sitting in this position for a while. Since about 10:21. There just hasn't been a reason to close it yet. You know what I mean? I should have added when it came back down and rebid that 90. That was a mistake. If you want to just hold through this, especially as the Nasdaq's making a new high here, I would just hold. You could probably just hold through the 97.75 and look for that 4,300 if you're trying to scrape a couple extra bucks off the deck. Decent offer came in right at 97 there. You said you managed to stay profitable for 4 weeks max. What happens after the 4 weeks? Are you journaling too, Russ? That's a big piece of staying consistent. Even though a lot of people are not really the biggest fans of that, but if you're one of those people who stays consistent, or you go on these streaks, you're consistent for X amount of time, and then you go through slumps where you blow your account. Simple fix is journaling. And at least that's what I think. See this 96 rebid here. You don't journal? Yeah, you gotta start journaling, my man. Or woman.
Journaling helps
Brad,
a lot.
that thing that's right above the dark red on the right, the last one in the dark red below the bright red, That's like 1,300, 1,100, 1,200, right below the 53%. What is that?
This?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's just the like a cumulative.
Oh, a cumulative. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a cumulative. Yeah, I don't know how to take it
I
off, so just ignore it.
I can
It's
definitely
not.
vouch for the journaling. Journaling helps. If nothing
Yeah,
else, it
I'll vouch for
forces.
that.
What was that like?
I concur. Journaling helps you so that after you're done, you can look back and see what a dumbass you were or how good you did.
But
Yeah,
it also slows your roll. It slows your roll. It keeps you from. So if you get into a trade and you journal it, and then you're watching it as it's going, and then every time you move your stop or every time you move your take profit, that you're journaling all of that, it forces you to be conscientious about why you're making those changes. And that's really important, is to understand. So getting into a trade, mind you, there may be many reasons why you would get into a trade. But as you're in the trade, the changes you make and what changes you're making, very key. At least in my opinion.
I also put in there what it did after the trade. So, like, if I got out because I was afraid it was going to stop out or it wasn't going to keep going, I will write down what it does after. So, if I got out too early, I'll put in there got out too early, it ended up going up, or I got out at the right time and it ended up going the other direction.
and all of these things too, like you're not just gonna know them, right? And you're definitely not gonna remember them. Um, as far as like, it's just not gonna be something that you're able to just kind of like, oh, I remember I did this on this day, right? You're gonna get what you put into journaling, um, and also like it's really the only way to improve, because if you're not just gonna remember, like I'm saying, like you're not just gonna remember like, oh, I fucked up and took profit too early, or oh, I got too big of size, or oh, I longed on a breakout that didn't work, or things like that. Like it's just not gonna happen, because it's just not how it works. You, you know we're I mean, maybe if you've got a photographic memory or eidetic memory or something like that, but it's going to be extremely difficult to really kind of improve on your trading if you're not journaling. And then also, like, if you're having, and that's what most people's issues are, Russ, is the same thing as you, is that they aren't journaling, and so then they go on tilt and then they give up everything they've gained within like a day. Like they a week's worth of work is gone within a couple of hours on a day because they've gone on tilt. um and so, like, if you journal, even if you journal the trade after the trade is over, that's still going to help you. One, it's going to take your eyes off the screen, so you're not you know fixated on getting back in a trade, because that's another issue a lot of people have, is they get a losing trade, and immediately they're back into a trade, which is crazy, because a lot of times you get a winning trade and then you're like, all right, whew, let me just take a break for a while. But in reality, nothing's changed and you could just get back into the trade. And then two, like if you're looking for an accountability partner, I'm pretty sure you're in the Discord now. So just, go under accountability. We kind of have accountability as a group, and just kind of post your trades, post your thought process. I mean, post whatever you want in there. And the community will definitely give you feedback on their experiences, things that have helped them, things that maybe they struggled with as well, all kinds of things like that. So and I definitely think it helps a ton. And like you can even ask my dad, is like when he first started doing this, that he would share this day and that day but not the other day, and then kind of randomly. But now he's sharing every single day. And I mean, the consistency that you see in his trading it's undeniable. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's there and you can see it every single day. Whether it's profit or loss, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of being accountable. And it's hard. It really is difficult to hold yourself accountable. And you don't necessarily have to use someone in the community, like if you don't want to, right? Use your spouse. That's what I do. You know, I even though Margaret doesn't really understand the trading, that's who I share with every single day. I go over how my day went. I go over like mistakes that I made, um, and successes that I had, and review. And you know she's there to kind of be like, okay, well, why do you think that you did this today? Like last Tuesday, I had a red day. I think I finished down like 287 for the day, um, or somewhere around there, maybe 275, something like that. But um, she was asking me like, what's the reasoning? Like, why do you think you had a down day on Tuesday? And it was my first day getting back into it after taking almost a week off of trading, and so that's kind of what I basically accounted it for, or put it on, is that I had taken some time off and tried to jump in too fast. Of course, the rest of the week turned out great, especially after some reflection. And I think reflection is just as important as journaling, and it's kind of just in the process of journaling. And then if you're struggling really with journaling, or like making your own journal, or kind of what to journal, if you look in the Discord, I mean, you've got people that have amazing journals. I think Thomas's journal is the one that I stole. um Pretty sure. Was it your journal, Thomas? Let me see here. I'm pretty sure it was yours. Or maybe it was Patrick's. Actually, yeah, I think it was Patrick's. Yeah, it was Patrick's. So Patrick made this really nice journal, and it has like all of these things just in it, right? And so you really don't have to you can really kind of not have to, reinvent the wheel here. You can just, use his. Yeah, Steve, that's definitely true. Like it's like, when things start to get easy, we kind of feel like, well, I don't even need to journal. I'm killing it. I'm good. And then all of a sudden, we make a mistake, and then we're like, oh shit, we make another mistake, and then boom, make a big mistake, and then we're like, shit, I need to get back to what was working for me and what I was doing. And that all comes down to routine. Like, and there's certain things like, I talk about routine a lot because I think it is extremely important. And my routine here is about to change very soon, because my wife is about to go to day shift, and so she's going to be waking up about 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning. So I'm going to shift my routine to wake up that early as well and start getting these workouts in, before trading instead of at lunchtime. And so I'm really going to have to start adapting to see how tired I am, especially once it comes to the open, if I'm going to be able to kind of keep that up, and things like that. So, um, but it's easy things like that. Like when you got on the market today, did you zoom out, or whatever your morning routine is, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the same as mine, but did you did you do what you normally do on a successful day? And if you're not journaling, you'll never know. It'll never happen, because you don't know what you did, because you don't write any of it down. And so just expecting to remember it's just not going to fucking happen. Look to see if this 95 goes rebid here. If this 95 goes rebid, we should go back up, get that offer up at the 43. Got stopped out, should have. Oh, should have left a runner. Yeah, I got one left on. I took one off at 98.25 up there. But still got one more left. I was trying to wait up until that 4,300, but didn't give me what I need to see here. And if this 95 goes offer, I'm just gonna flatten. Yeah, I'll move my stop to 94 quarter here. So if this 95 keeps going offer, it's trying to go offer. If it does get a little flush, I'm just gonna flatten out. And I'm out. Oh no, I'm not. Now I'm out. Must have been like 21st in line right there. Yeah, back to the VWAP. The weighted AD didn't quite go positive there either. Little stop hunt too. I knew I was trailing. See, we might just want to get back into this here. If 95 can go back to bid, you just be able to try to run this up for another 5 points back to that 99.5. Yeah, 12% for the year. Yeah, it's been on a decent. You expect the 2023 end at 4,000? Yeah, I mean that's definitely possible. I kind of expect. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in that same boat. We still have about half a year left. We're about to end the second quarter here soon. Kind of in the same boat. I don't really think we get much higher than 4,400. To be honest with you. That's kind of what I'm expecting this year, is to just be more of like a range year. And if you look, like, I mean, if you really zoom out here, we can even look on the time frame here. Morning, Patrick. I was just talking about you. You must have heard your ears ringing. I was talking about how good your trade journal is. But if we really look here, this is a yearly chart. This is just the max data that we have available. We're really kind of inside, right? Inside that 2022. And so that's kind of what I'm expecting, is an inside year. I really don't think we're going to be above that 4808, and I don't think we're going to be below this low here, which was like 34 something, I think. What was the low? 3502. Yeah, so I really don't expect us to trade much below or above this previous year. I really kind of expect just kind of this inside year look for the most part. And then 2024, I think, with some more economic data, a full year of, inflation data, then we should probably get some opportunities, larger opportunities after that. No worries, Patrick.
So C was completely inside of B.
C wasn't completely inside of B. Yep.
So maybe if
B
the D
period.
can break the top of the C, it'll have a chance to retouch the 4,300. Is that what you're thinking?
Oh, if D takes the C period high, I think we probably trade that. We probably trade the B high. But offers are still trying to consistently hold this thing below 4,300. They're front running it. Did you take that 5 doped? That was a good trade. Yeah. Yeah, nice. That was a good one. Right back. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I fucking not like I didn't total or anything, but like I fucking wrecked my dirt bike yesterday into a tree. Oh, did a front flip over the handlebars and everything.
No way, you're right.
Bent the front rim. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I like almost landed on my feet.
Oh damn!
Yeah, I was just getting a little bit too cocky.
That's right. Yeah.
I come down this big hill and then there's like these 2 little bunny hops and I hit the second one nice and I just popped the clutch at the wrong time and just gassed it and it just kind of dragged me into the woods. I think I hit there's like a big root right there and I think maybe the way my back tire slid off of it kind of just dragged me off. Yeah, I fucking I have a video of it actually. Here, I'll pull it up.
GoPro on?
Joe had his GoPro on, so and he was behind me.
Oh shit, that ought to be good.
It's a little bit hard to see, but you can. I mean, you can definitely. How do I pull it up on YouTube instead? There we go. I'm like up here in this corner. He slows it down on the next one.
Whoa.
You come up this big hill and then there's like these 2 little hills down here. So here I am right here. Oh, you can see my feet go up. I'll try to pause it. Oh, that's after.
Were you able to write it back?
Oh, damn it.
Were you able to write it back to the house?
Yeah, yeah, so I actually bent the handlebars forward, so Joe had to ride back. Yeah, you can see my head. I hit the tree right there, and you see the orange piece of my helmet is pushing forward there. I don't know why that keeps happening. And you can see kind of right there, my feet just get dragged up. Hard to stop it at the perfect time. Yeah, 24 is the perfect spot. Yeah, you can see this is my helmet basically on the ground and my feet are kind of up in the air. But he's coming down this hill and there's this little bunny hop. And then this is where I gassed it over and just kind of boom, ran right into this tree right here.
Did you get it up? Sorry about that. Oh, don't worry about it.
You didn't get hurt.
No, I didn't get hurt. No. the handlebars though did get bent all the way forward, and so he had to ride back to the house, get some tools, and then like loosen them up so we could put them back in line. And then we'll take the air out of the tire and bend the rim back, and it'll be fine. I just did like just a straight, like as soon as I realized that I was going to hit the tree, I started to bail off to the left of the bike, and as it hit the tree, just kind of shot, like the bike just stopped on a dime and just shot me over the top. I just did a little flip, little front roll, jiu-jitsu style, and popped right up. That was fun. Yeah, it sucked because it kind of cut our ride short. It was such a nice day yesterday. It finally got a little bit cooler. It was hot as fucking hell for a couple days. Bank of America is saying they expect it up at 4,500 by the end of the year. Yeah, I mean it's not an impossibility just because you have so many leveraged funds still just short the market. So it's definitely not an impossibility. If we pop this 4,300 here and the 4,300 or above starts to go bid, I'm kind of expecting that 4,325 to trade. Maybe not super quick, but that's kind of my next target to the upside. You see the decent offer came in 03, so there'd probably be some resistance there. But yeah, the only thing that really hurts is my hand. My left hand kind of like, I think it got stuck in between the clutch and the handlebar as I came over because my left glove got ripped too. But nothing's like, it doesn't feel broken or anything. Nasdaq still just looks strong. And Dow not so much. We got this mechanical D low. So this is going to be a level that we're going to be able to play off of, right? That 93. We have our 93 written down from the open. Remember, we saw a big seller try to come in on the open. 93 wasn't able to hold, and then that's why we got that kind of push up in the A period. B period traded below the 93 C period as well. Still not able to hold below it. And so that's kind of, now we're seeing that mechanical level there. So if we do trade below the 93, look for a decent offer in them to try to hold. If they can't hold, or you start to see nice bids coming in, we can probably take another long back down from there. And if they can't even
Why
get
is it
back below
mechanical?
that D low, it's a mechanical low. And so we could expect that intraday short, since we're still inside of initial balance, are losing the battle, and then look to test that mechanical D high, or that weak D high. What's up, Kevin?
I was just asking why that D low is mechanical. Is it because the top of that previous day
Oh, it's just right to
upper
the C
band?
half back. It's right at the C half back. So it's a
Okay.
50% retracement of the C period. And so you've got all your Fibonacci crew buying it right there.
Gotcha. 618 or whatever.
Yeah.
Looks like it's also
Okay.
at the Globex high.
It is really close, yeah.
Well, that's what I was thinking you were talking about. Per day, or I guess it was Globex.
Yeah, I mean it's one tick below. Yeah, it's right. I mean it's right there. That it's
Yeah,
real.
right there. Real close.
Yeah,
Good eye, good eye.
yeah, good eye. You can still see.
2 letters in the alphabet that I want to tell to you right there.
And on your DOM right there, that column of white numbers, kind of between your chart and the DOM, what are those? And the
There's a
numbers
volume.
next to it on the left of them?
This one. These colored ones or the
Um,
white one?
yeah. The white one. Well, the white one you says volume, and then what's the ones next to on the left?
Delta.
Those ones. Okay.
Yeah. So like right here we have 17,000 volume, and of this 17,000 volume, 1,100 are 1,100 more are buyers than sellers at that level. And
So
so
that's pretty
like
even.
yeah, fairly
Good.
fairly even. What I like to see, like with the delta, I'm not really paying attention to the numbers, to be honest with you. Like it doesn't necessarily matter. Um, what I'm looking for is like, see these big chunks of sell delta, right? So I mean, you get, if we draw this over here, or here I'll just use the box tool because it just works nicer. But you see these big chunks of negative delta that are grouped together, and so we've got a bunch of selling coming in from this 96 to 95, and then from 94 half to 93 quarter. And you see, so they're really dominating these areas, but for some reason, the market can't trade lower. And then when it did trade lower, it ran into a big chunk of buyers down here. And so that's kind of what I look for, is I look for these kind of groupings of negative delta or positive delta, depending upon if I'm looking for them to act as support or resistance, depending upon where price is at. So right now price is inside this one, but we have a big box below of negative delta. So we kind of assume that these people here are trapped, right? And if we get above this, then we kind of assume that, you know, maybe these people are trapped, increasing the odds of short covering there above, right? And it's the same way with positive delta. When we see big kind of hunks of, you know, positive delta above, well, we kind of assume that these people that got long up here, they're stuck there, right? We assume that because we haven't traded outside the B range, that probably everyone is still in their positions, and longs are holding against the B low, shorts are holding against the B high. So you're really not going to see a ton of movement. But as we start to develop more and more of these levels, either below or above, right, the odds start to increase that they get a little bit nervous and maybe take profit, or maybe start to cover, right? So if we're above these two big short areas where we see a good amount of volume, right? If we just we'll call it 93 quarter to 96 half. So we come over here, say 96.5 is basically where the point of control's at. 93.25, you see the volume kind of just drop off right there. So we kind of assume that if we get back up here, that these people are starting to get nervous. And we could even zoom or like scroll a little bit lower, and you find pockets of sellers here, right where we got long earlier, that 88.75. And then a big buyer stepped up ahead of them, and then you get this kind of big pocket here with a little bit of buying in between from like, really all the way down to 91.5. So that's these guys here. We're assuming that they're kind of stuck. So if we start to trade above them, or the market starts to gain a little bit of tempo to the upside, we expect them to start covering their shorts. And what we should see if they do start to cover their shorts is we should see kind of big pops on low volume numbers back to the upside, right? And then what we'd want to see for continuation is big volume numbers hit, because the key area really is right inside here. This is the part of the DOM that we're really paying attention to. These two columns here. That's really the orders that are trading right now. You can glance over here at times, but it really doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Just because it's a bunch of negative volume here, or just because you're getting negative 1300 on this 95 quarter, doesn't necessarily mean the market's going to go down. It literally, to me, it means nothing at all. I'm really just looking for the stacked numbers. It could just, even if it was just squares, red squares and blue squares, that's really all I'm looking for, to be honest. But there's other ways to use it, right? The way that I use it is not necessarily the way to use it, unless you ask me, and then it is. But there's other ways to utilize that as well. And I'm pretty sure that it includes Globex. 80, yeah, it does. So it includes the Globex session as well. But I mean, I just use it to track inventory, just like pretty much use everything else just to track inventory. So like if you've got a bunch of selling coming in and we start to get above it, well, then these people are getting nervous, right? They were more aggressive lower. They should have been more patient and been more aggressive higher. Same thing with buyers, right? You get more aggressive buyers up here. We trade below it. Well, they try to get aggressive at the wrong spot. Now they're more likely to capitulate, because people are more likely to close a position when it's negative, or when it gets close back to being positive, than they are like immediately when it's negative, right? So like let's say these longs, where's our little box at here? Like, you see some decent longs got long at the 0.5. This is earlier, obviously, B period. They're a lot less likely to close their position like inside here, inside the middle. They're more likely to start closing it here as they get closer to it, or below down here for a bigger loss. Psychologically, at least that's how I think about it. Hopefully that was helpful. Yeah, no problem, Thomas.
Feels like that 95 has not really gone bid.
You're seeing pretty decent offers come in from that level. You got like 240.95, 100 above, 173 above. Decent offer trying to come in 96 gets lifted, 600 lots go bid. Now you're seeing them rebid the same area they got stuck before, which was 96 half. The market really just waiting for the Dow to quit shorting financials, and this thing is probably just gonna fucking shoot up like a missile. SEC has announced Binance mishandling customer funds as well as lying to regulators and investors about its operations. 13 charges filed Monday. Regulators said Binance had been mixing billions of dollars in customer funds and secretly sending them to separate company controlled by CZ. The charges included misleading investors about the adequacy of its systems to detect and control manipulative trading. Regulators also said Binance did not take sufficient steps to restrict U.S. investors from accessing Binance's unregulated exchange. And we've kind of seen this before because the SEC did this to FTX. So if Binance comes out fucking just like what's his face and finds out that Binance has been just stealing a bunch of money from people, just get one step closer to my conspiracy. Then pretty soon fucking George Bush will come out and be like, my great grandfather made it up. Gotcha, bitches. Like Dave Chappelle. Decent bid trying to step up here, 99. See if they reoffer through this level in 99.75. You see the big 524 sitting there. The selling that's going on right here, I think, is those people that were long from the originally cutting their short position or cutting their long position back for basically break even. I think we're just getting a little bit of old business liquidation here. Bid steps up right there. Chased up to get in. So somebody got aggressive there. Yeah, thank you, Simon. Apple's at the high, Microsoft at the high. You've got AMD up 2%, Amazon up 1.6, Google up 2.5, Meta up 1.8, Microsoft up 0.75, Netflix up 2.5, Nvidia up 1.1, Tesla up 0.5%. Bitcoin kind of continued its move down after initially taking a little bounce on the open, now down about 1% as well. Oil's down 1%. Bonds flipped negative after catching a bounce off of the open. The VIX is down about 1%. Well, the actual VIX futures are down about 1%. Cash VIX down about 2.2%. Silver and gold both green. NASDAQ ES green. Dow Russell red. Dollar flat. We're starting to see some sequencing here, guys. You got that D low basically right off the Globex high, right off the C halfback. Now we have the E low off of Friday's high. A little bit of sequencing as buyers kind of continue to step up and take advantage of these short time frame sellers here. You move your stop. So kick in, stopped out to being positive. My target was not reached. Don't move my stop, then it moves back and takes my stop at a loss. Yeah, that it's definitely a tricky like a tricky playing field. Typically I'm running about like a 3 to 5 point stop. Depending upon volatility, right? I can either increase it or decrease it. Today my stop's been around like 3-4 points. But I typically won't move it until my first take profit gets hit, and typically my first take profit is about 5 points up. A lot of times I'm running like either like a 1.5 to 1 initially, and then take off size at like a 5 point mark. Right, exactly. Because and the reason being is like I like to get in. Typically I'm adding 3 lots at a time. So if I'm in a position, typically it's 3 lots, and then if I add, I'm adding 3 lots. So and then typically the biggest position that I'll have is 10 lots, or maybe 12 sometimes. But I'm taking off, 2 most times at 5 points, because then it really makes me feel fine about moving my stop to break even after that first take profits hit and just not touching it. Because then, that's how I work on catching those runners. Now, if I'm adding to a position, right, let's say, so like right now I'm long from 96 quarter. If I'm looking to add, if we hold above this 4,300, the stop on that lot that I add, or these 2 lots that I'll add to get back to full size, would be tight, right? And as soon as we get into profit, typically I move them back into profit, because sometimes you add to a position and it just doesn't go well right away. 1 second. But yeah, so typically that's pretty much how I kind of manage my ads. And one thing, like I'm not really like I'm not worried about like so I'm not worried about adding to a position. So let's just say we're long from here, right? Market gets up here and we're looking to add. I'm not, and then your average goes from being down here to being here, right? I'd rather just cut this one for a loss. Let's say it doesn't start to win right away. Typically, my ads, I'm looking for them to win right away. But let's say it doesn't start to win right away. I'm not adverse to just cutting this addition right away, right? Just like if it starts to get into profit right away for that position, I'll just move the stop up to break even. So even if it comes back down, I'm still having my core position at the spot that I liked to be long from. Yeah, we're seeing some decent offers coming back below that 00 there. Dow's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here off this low. The low of this lower distribution that it's in. Traded through some singles, but wasn't able to get down to these lower singles. Let me see a little bit of a bid here from the Dow. All right, I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna go make some lunch. All right, back. What do we got going on here? Just more rotation, huh? We're seeing some mechanical selling here off of that previous day's high. Little absorption here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it looks like that bid is trying to come in. See it step up on that 98. So now what we want to see here is a continuation, right? You want to see that rebid. You'd like to see the buyers continue to step up as they kind of are right here. I've got another ledge, basically like 43.5. We got Apple making a new high. Nvidia's actually trading lower. Microsoft still holding up above Friday's high. Decent bid comes in at 99, absorbs that seller. It looks like the offer's moving back, to be honest. Looks like some sellers tried to come in on the 00 there and got ran over. Look to see if a bid steps up here. So you're seeing that bid still kind of hold this 99 to 00 here. You're starting to see financials try to firm up a little bit here. A little struggling there from the buyers here on this 50. Nice. So now, now what we're just looking for is this reaction from the 350 here. If there's no re-offer on 350, you're seeing some buyers step up here. Could be a bit of short covering, but look for that reaction at 350. If there's no re-offer 350, then we should be clear for takeoff. 15 next, and then 25 after that. Nice. Bid's still stepping up. So look to see if they reoffer this 3.5, 4 level. Offer coming in there. Not really much though. Remember, they've got to take care of the old business first. So these longs that were stuck here are probably selling. As you see a little bit of selling come in there on the offer, but the market's not really down ticking yet. So we can't really assume that it's, new business selling here until we start to see some actual, movement lower. Sellers look like they're getting a little bit stuck here. They need to get below this 2. Some decent offers coming in there. Market's just getting incredibly slow now. I think I trade rotational days better. As always, want to fade the trend and lose badly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so like some things that you can do to just like to keep you on track, especially for rotational days, is like when you see the breadth basically flat, right? We've got like 1.05 on the NYSE and then 1.28 on the Nasdaq, and then the ADs both negative, but relatively kind of undecisive. Sector box is fairly mixed here, but our 2 top sector boxes definitely green, definitively green. So on days like this, it helps you understand like, okay, well, if we are going to go somewhere, most likely it's going to be up, but there's decent odds that most of the time we're going to get this kind of mean reversion, especially as we start to get to the boundaries of the first hour. Like we put in this poor high up here. And so, if we were to trade down to the low, if we don't see like a big decrease in breadth, negative wise, then we kind of assume that, selling's going to shut off and then we'll rotate back towards the middle. That 95 kind of being half back right now. Binance says they believe the SEC lawsuit is baseless and they intend to defend themselves vigorously. Yeah, I don't trust either. Yeah, I agree. We're still seeing pretty decent bids try to step up here. Just need to see them bid this 350. That's it. Like I said, that last push up there, it looked like a liquidation from old business. Right, you got a lot of selling that came in. It didn't really come in hard or fast, and then it kind of just trickled down, and more of a panic sell from longs that were stuck before, and then now we're getting back up here. I'm starting to see some bids step up. So 60 contracts traded on the high now, so let's see if we can get back up there. This bid keeps coming in. Now we're getting some Brad prints, as we call them. from this G low to that E high here. So let's see if they offer this thing lower and get it back in more of a balance, or if we've got some intraday trapped inventory here below us. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, like a little narrow range, one time framing to the upside here. We just got a seller stuck here at the 75. Hello? Seeing some offers try to come in here from this 2 level again. They look like they're getting absorbed. Let's see if I mean, it's hard to tell. Europe closed during E period, so it's already closed out. Yeah, we have a poor high there with that B and F period, basically at the exact same level. Yeah, and you're seeing them get this second chance here to offer the same spot. So they offered this 2 to 1/2. You're wondering, are they gonna pop this thing here this time? We see a bid above the 2, then that'll probably be game on. Yeah, the ES initial balance high is resistance. Yeah, the 4304 quarter. They keep offering this 150 here every time it goes bid. Someone's probably trying to absorb this 150 here, it looks like. If we can see above this 2 go bid, then we should see the high here. Offers like 5. There's 300 lots sitting up at the 5. Re-offer the 1/2 there. Hey, Double R, I appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing well as also. Thanks. Seeing some of these offers move down to like that 4/4, saying basically that they're willing to short the high. You're not really seeing a ton of buyers step up here above this 3, or even at the 3. Yeah, Double R. Yeah, we'll be here with bells on waiting for you. There's a nice bid on this 250 here. Let's see if they can get this thing rolling here. A little bit of buyers willing to step up there. Kind of got absorbed at that 3, but at least showing a little bit of aggression there. As long as these offers can't take this thing back down below 99, we should be set up decent. Yeah, the tick has been holding nice and strong. And you see financials, like, even if we drag this over, oops, what's going on? Drag over the internals here, you can see like tech slowly kind of making higher highs, healthcare, right, looking pretty strong. But then even financials here are slowly and surely making higher highs, right? Getting into a little bit of toughness here as it's coming back close to the open, but still making these higher highs here. So that's pretty Pretty decent sign there. Triple top here. I appreciate it, Double R. It means a lot, man. Thank you. Just fucking let's go. Where are you at? Where is your entry at? I've got my stop at 98.75. So, because if it gets below there, then we probably get a little puke. But if not, we should be clear. Took one off right here at 475 though, also. So trying to front run that 5 because there was a lot of size sitting on that 5. 97.5. Yeah, so you're chilling. Yeah, so you're chilling. Yeah, I think if this 5 goes bid, we'd start to see some shorts cover. Really, what we're looking for is for it to stay above this B high. Like even if we get like a nice pop up, like let's say we pop up to like 8, if it comes back inside the B range, then that would kind of be creating an excess type situation. And since the internals aren't necessarily alluding to a trend situation, then we'd kind of be thinking, okay, well, where's the next resistance and possible reversion to mean, not necessarily based off of sellers, but more just of long liquidation, bringing us, kind of back into the mean. But we've seen volume kind of continuously climb higher, and you've seen just kind of weak spots on the profile on the way up. So as long as that continues, and really as long as we're above that 99, I think we're pretty much golden. Seeing the tick try to make a little flush here, so probably some profit taking as we're getting up here near the high. Weighted AD still doing okay. Seeing healthcare, that's where they're taking the profit is in healthcare. All right, well, that might be all we get. I'm gonna move my stop to the 01. I'm gonna go work out. I'll still be around. I'm just not gonna be out. Well, what happened here? Was there news or anything? Just a quick grab of that lower liquidity, huh? The plug was pulled, yeah. Oh, good. Big sell came in at 85. I don't think so, to be honest with you. I don't think really Morgan Stanley has that big of a push pull on the market. What you're looking for here, now that we got a liquidation, right, is you get this liquidation back into these old single prints here. And so you're looking to see if new sellers move down and get stuck, right? And you're seeing that now. You're seeing this kind of reoffer of this 76 level. You see these old business buyers buying back, but then there's a bid above them. So if this 76 really kind of fails to reoffer here, we can pretty much long this 76 and look to trade it back up to this. Well, 85 was big volume, but look to trade it back up to the 80 as a first target here on the rebound. That's where that offer, that's where you kind of see the next big size, because most of these are weak size liquidation here. So we can probably take this thing back up into 80, and if there's no reoffer at 80, then we start looking 82 and higher up into that 85 region, where we get this big offer here. So Globex low is like 81 something. 80 half. A decent reoffer of 78 quarter there. So you're seeing a little bit of selling coming down. Seeing some nice bids step up above 76 now. So this is kind of assuming here that we've got momentum sellers trying to power on the opposite side of the single prints and got stuck. And then you get short covering followed by a bid, followed by some more bids here trying to hold the 76. So that's obviously going to be the break point, but as long as it holds above that 76, you're probably decent. I'm trying to target this area here, this 80, 81, 79 half. And you could be looking inversely as well, right? Like you could be looking, I mean, obviously we get a nice move up or a couple of points. I mean, 76 to 79, 3 points. You could be looking to offer that back down to this offer here as well. But I'm just looking at it in the context of we're coming back down into these single prints. They're giving buyers or giving shorts a chance to buy their position back, stuck shorts, a chance to buy their position back. At this point, late in the day, I mean, the NASDAQ did come down quite a bit, but the NASDAQ's not even just barely below its open, to be honest. Like, it's not. Dow is much lower, too. Where'd the break come from? Island pattern? And an island pattern would have been like, an island pattern would have been like if the market had this day Friday and then today we opened up back down here and traded lower. And then you had a gap on both sides. Had a gap up and then a gap below the gap. That would have been the island pattern. But today we opened up inside yesterday's range. Looks like that break below like 98 is really kind of where it started to come down a little bit. Oh, 04. So here's that 80 level. 80.5 is a Globex low, so we can kind of expect a little bit of selling there. There it is, mechanical selling near the Globex low, but really looking to run up to these 82s and then back test this 85. You guys just needed me back so we could buy the market, huh? A little bit of an offer trying to front run this 85 here. You see it coming in 83 a little bit, but I'm not too impressed there. Really, 88 should be 88, 88, 9. Yeah, maybe like 87.5. A decent reoffer, try to come in there. 1,000 lots, no down ticks. Yeah, rejection of that initial balance. BIB. And this is kind of what we talked about earlier. Like, you look for, when you get these breaks, like, you look at the internals and see, like, okay, are the internals really indicating that we're going to continue once you break past the key level, right? So we broke past those single prints, and the internals weren't really telling us anything besides, that they were fairly neutral. So then we start keying in on the volume. We identified that 76 level. It's a nice area of support there. That's that kind of nice bid too. We should trade up like 87.5, I think. If we get accepted above the 88 or back inside the B range, really just above this 87, yeah, I think there's pretty good odds. I think maybe we switch the point of control. Probably need to get above this spot here, which is like 90, 91. In order to get like a revisit of like basically the meat. I think we probably come back 95, which was a big area today, and probably end up around there. VPOC probably shifts down, which would still be bullish in the big scheme of things, right? Because we were saying like this is kind of holding here. We kind of pulled up, traded through it. So if we get back up and start to hold it, close the day above it, that would be kind of a bullish sentiment there. What? Oh. It is power hour now, yep. 3 o'clock. What does it mean? Nothing really, to be honest with you. Just people call it power hour because like you get a lot more people at the last hour. If they're down for the day, that's when they start really gambling. A little bit of more volatility comes back in the market. If you got some weaker handed traders that need to get out of positions today, this is the time that they do it, right? Because margin calls are going to start 3:45, so in about 45 minutes. But it doesn't necessarily mean anything, to be honest. A little liquidation there. Came off of the 83.5. Get a zero print down 878.50. They call it murder bot as the bots come for all the stops. Wouldn't mind that today. We'd get a little nice M period that just takes those stops that are sitting at the high. That big offer flex down and then kind of disappears there. Some stuck shorts here on the 79.5. Let's see if there's a decent response. You see the big bid step up right here, 79.75. Let's see if they rebid it. No failure to rebid probably brings us back down to 376. Where you got that at short covering. $75.5. Another liquidation basically off that 77. See if 76 goes bid again. All right, James, we'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good day. Decent bid there. A bit of a reoffer coming in the 76.5. It ran over. So yeah, so 76 is holding pretty decent. They're pretty okay for now. This little one tap bounce right there. That looks good. Yeah. We get this 79.
Dang, this thing dropped pretty far.
Yeah, it did.
I didn't expect that.
It looked like just mostly a liquidity grab, like down to here to grab the liquidity from the trap shorts here down into those single prints, but I'm doing a pretty decent job of holding the 76 for now. Big buyer comes in 75 and just trades right through. Maybe some more downside now. That's kind of a bearish look right there, straight through that. NASDAQ giving it up pretty good. Apple leading the charge down here. I guess maybe people didn't like their VR play. Now we got a poor low as well.
Those Apple products are actually pretty solid.
Yeah, they look nice.
MacBook Pro, it's about effing time that they finally came out with a MacBook Pro. The new Mac Studio is something that everyone's been waiting for.
They never mentioned AI. Well, they came out with that alternate reality, whatever that's called, or whatever the difference is between alternate reality and virtual reality. I'm not sure. Apple's still chugging lower though. Like it's already almost $10 off the high.
Wonder why.
I mean, it was at all-time high, so profit taken probably. You see a bid right here above the 76, you can long it back up into these 80s again. I think. Yep. More short covering there than anything though, so careful. Apple's catching a little bit of a bounce here. Same with the NASDAQ. Yeah, the only difference I wish they would make a change to Apple is to make it modular. So like, if a new GPU comes out, then you could just buy the new GPU and put it in your computer instead of just having to buy a new computer. But they did talk about basically uh, shitting on Intel like a million times. How their chips are
Well,
going to be better than Intel.
their processors are more
Yeah.
targeted.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the processors are more targeted. They're very, very specific, and that the OS is basically written around the processor, and so things are. I mean, it's optimized. Intel struggles with that. They're all generalized. I mean, I don't know if you heard about it, but Intel is actually creating a new version of the x86. I don't even know if they're calling it x86 anymore, but they're creating a new instruction set that is simplified because the instruction set they have is very, very cumbersome and difficult. And so because of that, it is, I mean, and mind you, their processors are all meant to be general. The processors are meant to be very generic, very, capable of being used in many, many different scenarios and different applications versus Apple Silicon is, I mean, it's just very targeted and very specific. But to their benefit, it seems like it's generic because they can build the OS on top of it and make it accessible and addressable in a way that an Intel processor can't, at least not as easily. I guess you could do the same kind of thing with assembly, but I don't know anyone in their freaking right mind that's going to write anything in assembly. It'll just never happen. It's just a very, yeah, it'll just never happen. People don't write in assembly. No one who wants to get anything done anyway, I should say. Assembly is a really, really hard language to write in.
The 90. Yeah. If this 81 goes bid right here, I think you'd be, well, 85 is going to be a little bit of a challenge first, but yeah, I think you might be okay. 7. Big offer trying to come in there, 80. Short start to cover there.
I wonder what that liquidation is that's happening.
What, an Apple?
No. What, and like all of a sudden it liquidated, like it was at 82 or whatever it was, and then all of a sudden it liquidated down to like 79.5 or whatever it was. I mean, it just like liquidated. Like I wonder if there's somebody who's just trying to get out of their position, or if that's somebody taking profit. Well, no, it can't be, because I guess it could be, but it wouldn't make sense. They would be trying to take profit right here.
I think I mean we went from like 82 to 80. Like, to me that's basically the same spot.
Oh, same
82.
area.
Yeah.
Isn't that like somebody dropping like, 300 contracts? Well, maybe even more than that, maybe 1,000 contracts, just all of a sudden they drop it at market at whatever level it's at, and then it just drops, and that's what causes that to happen.
Well, it'd be like people pulling the bid. So like there's nobody
Oh, somebody's
nobody,
buying.
well, no,
Somebody's just
pulling the bid
buying
would
it up,
be
and
like
then
nobody's buying.
right, no, but they have a bid. They're doing a bid, and it's moving it up, moving it up, moving it up, and then they say, okay, I'm done, and they stop buying, and then all of a sudden it drops.
Right, exactly.
Because there's all these people selling into, thinking they're selling into strength, and then it stops moving up, and so of course all those people with all those contracts below or they're doing market sells or whatever. I don't know. I guess whatever it would be that would be happening to move it.
BOFA. What is BOFA?
B of A?
I said BOFA.
Oh. Someone talking to you in chat, is that what that is?
On YouTube, someone's commenting, yeah. Offer trying to come in here 83. But if it goes bid, then we probably trade back up 85. Looks like someone's trying to front run that spot.
To the upside or to the down?
They're trying to front run the 85, trying to push this thing back lower, it looks like.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, Bank of America.
Oh, so it is BFA. That's what I thought. Yeah, BOFA usually means BFA, Bank of America. BFA.
So they're coming out with bullish news. Yeah. And that's kind of what we were talking about last week, right? With the whole JP Morgan thing. JP Morgan basically been saying like, oh, we're fucked, we're going to a recession, blah, 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 blah. And then as soon as JP Morgan starts to come out with, like the rally's on, that's when we know the rally's over. And then last week they came out with the market's looking okay. So me, that's like, okay, well, they must be selling some right here because they're not sure anymore. Oh, that might have been why their Apple Vision Pro they're pricing at $34.99. That might have been why Apple started to come down so hard because that's expensive as fuck.
That is definitely expensive. No doubting that. But Apple fanboys will buy it.
Yeah, no doubt.
People will be selling their houses.
Yeah, and
Buy
that's the
that
thing. Like,
shit.
if Apple starts making chips, it's gonna not only hurt Intel, it's gonna hurt Microsoft too because people want all Apple products. You know, the Apple they got the iPhone, the iPod, the
When you say chips,
AirPods.
what kind of chips? What kind of chips?
They're supposed to be making like I think they were talking about like making their own graphics card.
Yeah, they do. They already do. It's in all of their computers. Their computers are all using their own graphics card.
But I think they're talking about like
Oh, you
making
mean like this, like a third party, like
like a
an
competitive
add-in,
graphics card that can be used to
an
like
add-in
play like
graphics
Call
card.
of Duty or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, an add-in graphics card. I understand.
would be crazy. Yeah, but if you start being able to play all of this stuff on OS, people won't, people will kind of migrate from Microsoft. I mean, I'm not saying I think Microsoft's in any trouble, but hey, Kumar, I'm good, man. How are you? Microsoft's got a lot of other stuff that's going to keep them afloat, but that's just Apple trying to cut into some of their cap space, I'm sure.
They did demo a game, a pretty highly graphical game on Mac. It's native.
Hmm.
I don't know what the name. I mean, I don't know what the game is, and I don't know if it's any good, but they did demo something about it.
And that might
50
be the
seconds
reason
will
that
do.
for this headset is that they're thinking like, well, we're not even going to need because everything's going to be going towards this virtual slash art alternate reality gaming anyways. So I'd much rather be able to play Call of Duty with like controller with like a vision headset on than play regular on the TV. The government debt, it's
15 seconds.
it got passed. It's fixed. I was never in any doubt, to be honest with you. Oh, where's these bids at? Let's go. Little absorption here from the sellers. This 83 quarter to 82.75. Buyers still being active right here, though. I'm looking for that 84.75 and then 95. Below 79 though, it's more of a bail than anything. Doesn't really. Man. Yeah, I mean that debt thing, like it's never not been lifted. So
It's like the what, sixth time they lifted it?
yeah, I mean, they have to lift it. That's the thing. Is like people are like, oh, America's fucked. They're gonna not pay their debts. Well, it's not. Not just America's gonna suffer from America not paying their debts.
Yeah,
It's gonna
that's the
be,
truth.
it's gonna be a lot
That's
worse
gonna
than
be a
that.
world problem.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a world problem for sure.
there's there's people that are like counting on us to pay their bills so they can pay their bills. You know what I mean? Or to pay our bills so they can pay their bills. And so if we were just be like, you know what, sorry, I haven't got it, it would be there would be a lot more issues. So I was never really too worried about it. More or less just a distraction, just like pretty much 99% of the news that comes out. Recent bid hits the tape right there, 79.75. Another decent bid hits up 80.50. We got back-to-back bids stepping up basically in and around this 80 level. Now they need to get some size up to trade above that 83.5. Hey, buddy. Other day. Get it? On that? Nice.
That's up.
Oh, nice.
It was like
Go. We need to see a bit above this 83. And then just be cautious of the 85. I mean, you could even peel some off 85, but normally I don't trade this late in the day, but I kind of missed this afternoon. So, and I mean, when opportunity strikes, you got to take advantage. Like I said, just be cautious of this 85 because you may get another reoffer there, but we're really kind of looking for this thing to revert back to this 95 area. In these last 20 minutes. Looks like some buyers might be getting stuck 83. Come on, guys. What do you guys? Are there new ones? Those are nice. Oh, because they're old. Yeah. Nice.
I show you her post.
Yeah, she did. Bid steps up 83 half there. Offer trying to step down 83. Upticked. Last pass is 85. We may get a little trouble around 90. That's that weak spot on the volume profile here. If we get above 85, right? We're going to see a little bit of an offer come in here, front running that 85. But if it gets above that 85, that 90, 91 area, there's a weak spot in the profile. So you may get some selling. That's not a mechanical high as well. You can pretty much have sequencing all the way through the profile from the top to the bottom. All right, we've got like this area here, this area here, this area here. Those would be targets should we break. I don't think we'll get the poor high with 15 minutes or 20 minutes left in the day, but say never. Come on, cover, cover, cover.
If they pop this 85 and they hit 86, you're going to see a jump.
Yeah, hopefully right up to that 90, 91 area.
They got to pop this. They got to get through 85 though. What are we at? What is the level? It's it hit 85 half. Oh, 85 quarter. We got to hit 86 though before this thing actually.
Yeah, 471 lots stuck on the 85 there.
At the tie, at the high.
At the 85, yeah, some buyers got stuck buying the 85, trying to push through.
Got it.
$15 minutes left in the day, so much.
really struggling with this 95 or 85, sorry.
Stace, how's your day been?
Well, I only have taken trades in the past few minutes, and the first one didn't go quite so well. Second one is looking reasonably well, but see how it turns out.
Which way are you going?
I'm going long.
Okay.
I think it's going to get to. I'm looking for. Or I would expect it to get into the 94, 95 range, but I'm going to put my stop, anticipating that it might only get to 90.
Think it'll make it back to the open?
Yes.
Yeah, I do think it'll make it to the open. I already took profit on a couple of my at a 82.5 when it came back, and I wasn't willing to ride that whole thing out. I wanted a little bit of profit in there. Yeah, they made it to 98 to 86, so we're what, 86.5, 86.75. Now it's just time.
Yeah, and so right here, if you don't see a bid 85, I'd probably just cut out. You see a decent bid there. You want to see a little bit more of a push up though. They are trying to rebid this 85, so that is a decent sign. Just not getting any upticks. Yeah, that might have been all she wrote right there. Kind of a weak look to try to pop up. He ran the stops, but no buyers kind of backed them up right there. We're only, what are we, 10 minutes until close? Yeah, so
I let it stop me out.
flat to 84 right there.
Yeah, I flattened at 84 even too. Yep, that's exactly where it was.
Yeah, that wasn't the reaction we were looking for. We're looking for it to top that 85 with those stops and hold, but I thought we'd at least trade 88. So
I still think this thing is going to get closer.
Yeah, it definitely could. It's tough with the last couple of minutes to trade. You know,
Well, it's
all over
volatile.
the
I don't want to
place.
trade in it. It's a little too volatile for me. I don't want to sit that far out.
But here's what we can kind of deduct from the day, right? Is we traded above. We traded above Friday's upper distribution and really just didn't find any buyers, right? Put in a poor high, then we made it a little bit higher, then we put in another poor high, traded all the way back down to the low to grab liquidity for those single prints, and really couldn't even get back into value, right? We kind of just checked back into value there. Still kind of struggling with maybe momentum sellers still kind of pouring us down here. My headphones are fucking dying. And so basically going into tomorrow, that's really what we want to pay attention to. So we kind of have distribution here, and if we use our box here, we can draw it like this. So yesterday's distribution and then today's distribution overlapping to higher here. So we still have, you know, the momentum kind of pointing us up, but we really want to see the market get back above. I mean, I'd like to see us get back above this weak spot here, which is around this 90, 91 level. That would be more of a bullish sense to get back up there and trade back into this value and see if there's a seller lurking in there or not. it mostly just looks like today, especially if you separate this from the high, pretty much a pure liquidation, right? Really kind of gives that B shape, and the tempo on the way down isn't indicative of a seller, even just because of how mechanical all of these highs are. So it's really just kind of short-term frame traders kind of just selling the market, and then intraday longs having to liquidate because they realized that they weren't going to be getting the market any higher. And then even with the poor low, that's indicative, kind of telling us that sellers didn't really move down. At least size sellers didn't really move down, or else they would have got some excess or got some continuation at least. And so that'll be kind of our key tomorrow. Really, we can just divide the profile right here, and we'll just call it 85. Below 85 tomorrow. What's going on with this thing? Below 85 tomorrow, we'll be targeting this lower distribution down here. So if the market stays below this 85, we probably get a little bit of chop inside this range, as sellers need to get convinced to short the market. Real size needs to get convinced to short the market. And if they do show up, we'll be targeting around this 60, 62 area. If they are able to kind of reclaim that 90 area, 91 area, then we'll be looking towards the top of this distribution that's sitting right at 4,300. So that'll be kind of the key going into tomorrow. But other than that, I guess we could just watch the close. We got 5 minutes. So just see what happens.
I'm heading out. Okay. Good luck.
China's putting some regulations on AI. No surprise there.
Dear ChatGPT, how can I get out from under a communist rule in China?
Move to America.
Resistance is futile.
You will be sent to a re-education camp.
30 seconds here till the close. Let's see what we get. A lot of volume starting to pour in here. You see these big numbers starting to tape.
Anybody up for some Russian roulette?
So there it is. We settle in the low end of that distribution below that 85 with mechanical levels above. So for anyone that's going to be trading Globex, right, those are going to be the key levels. If market's not able to start claiming some of those key levels and basically initiate some of those stops that are above, then there's decent odds that we do trade back below this poor low since it's so close. But other than that, we'll go ahead and call it a day. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will see you guys tomorrow.